Hello, this video is about making an easel-backed needlepoint, finishing an easel-back needlepoint. This one in particular is also a picture frame, but the first half of how to do this is about doing an easel. Well, part of it is doing an easel, which is applicable to adding to the back of any just square piece of needlepoint without this. So let's just jump right in with one of the things that you will need is you will need thicker cording for the outside and thinner cording for around the edge. It's just how I like to do it. I don't want to have too much cording infringe on the photograph, and it makes it much more difficult to be able to sew it into the corners later. So let me clear this out and we'll get started. As with everything, I start out by cutting away the waste canvas by nipping the corners. This because we're putting it onto a squared piece of board. It's actually going to be foam core. I don't dart the edges all the way down. I just cut this, and of course, these dang nippy scissors are still at the other house, and I was just someplace where I could have bought a pair. Wow. An extra one for home and for here. Okay, so now we're going to make a little slit so I can get my scissors in there. Definitely want your 1/2 inch in here. 1/2 inch waste canvas. Okay, that was semi-painful to watch. Sorry about that. Now we're going to nip, and we're going to go all the way to there, but I'm not going to take out that last. Maybe I will. I'm going to try to roll it without inverted angles are always a challenge, and I'm going to try to roll it without having to cut that. More than likely I will, because if I don't cut that last stitch, what happens is it will potentially stay up where you can see it, and the cording, especially because it's a tricolor, those tend to be not as as good of a bend, sharp of a bend as just a twin color. Not twin, dual color. Oh dear. Maybe I should work from a script. So, I still always do the pressing because it always gives you better measurements. One thing you have to watch out on for the size is that each one of these is the exact same size. I have actually tried to finish picture frames where the sides were a 1/2 inch smaller than the opposite sides, and it was a design choice in the respect of they wanted thicker area for little design elements within the frame, but then they didn't really have anything to fill in the sides, so they just made the side pieces smaller. And then I had cut it all out for the top and the bottom size. Yeah, and it wasn't. It was smaller, and I was not happy. Or I measured the small side. So then I had to completely redo the frame foam core. I will talk to you about, just in case you want to fast forward, I'll wait. Okay. Now 90% of the time I put those little tags in first, but the little corner tags. But I'm really doing this to get my measurements down. Now we're going to do the same thing here. I want to roll that as much as possible. And I know you're like, well, why don't you just measure this instead of doing this? I don't know. It seems like every time I think I'm measuring correctly, and then, accordingly, I end up measuring it too big because, say, this is so clean and beautiful. There isn't a lot of extra fiber on the back. And so I don't have to worry about the thickness as much, but sometimes people have a lot of fiber on the back just because of how they stitch. And so we have to take that into account. Okay. When we turn it over. And we know, let me see, pretty sure that these are even all the way around. All right, let's get rid of the iron. So 1 3/4. Yeah, 1 3/4. See, now this is 1 7/8. And I want you to take the measurement from the middle because that actually folds all the way over. Whereas on these edges, because I didn't, it's just naturally going to fold easier here than it is in those corners. And so you have to take account for that. Yeah, see, I can't do the same for the bottom as for, if I do, see what happens is if I do 1 3/4 here, it's going to be too loose, I think. So I'm going to be safe on the sides, and if I have to cut it down, I'll cut it down. It's 1 3/4 and bottom. Yeah, sides. 1 7/8. I hate math in a certain respect. I mean, it's very important, but I am definitely someone that kind of flies by the seat of her pants. So the overall is 9.5. And sometimes I just end up having to take some off if it doesn't fit the way I think it should. And we're at 7 3/8. All right. I grabbed a couple, I'm going to need two. I'm going to need one for the back and one for the front. All right, so here's the thing about mat board versus foam core. I like to do mat board or foam core. This is the 1/8 inch. I like to do that because when you use mat board, it's not quite as rigid, and it likes to when we put this around our foam core, okay, the waste canvas on the underside will raise it up. And for whatever reason, when I do mat board and it has, you know, little bit under the edge being the waste canvas, right? Well, what happens, and you're going to say, well, it has waste canvas there, so doesn't it lift it up? It doesn't. I don't know why, but it's almost like the outside kind of bows in. And you can do it if you like it better, but this is my personal choice. I did one recently, and I used mat board. I was like, oh, this is extra heavy mat board. You know, it should work. It didn't. And I just felt like it kind of looked concave in these areas. And I didn't like it. The other thing is, when you definitely use a piece of foam core for the back. Because it helps keep its rigidity. Sometimes people like to do signs where they put foam core under the front piece, under the needlepoint, but then they use a mat board thin on the back. The problem is that over time, foam core will bow if there isn't, it has a direction or a bias, for lack of a better term. So you have to have something as equally thick on the opposite side, or else foam core will overtake this and it will bow. And I actually have a sample of it, but I got to go downstairs to get it. So let's plow forward, and I will kind of talk about that in another video. So, all right, I'm going to go ahead and cut this to start this backing. Feel free to fast forward until you see me starting to mark off the inner frame, the window, cut the window. So that's 3. Okay, so make sure that this side is your inside because we are going to bevel around the edges, including the interior. Okay? Alright, so we're square. Alright. So now the fun stuff. Not. So the top and bottom are 1 3/4. A little. I had my pencil out here. There it is. Okay. The sides are 1 7/8. Okay. I am pushing down because I do not want to overcut these corners that much. I don't want to come way out here. I'm starting here. I do not want to weaken that as I am going to be stitching into it, and with foam core that can be easy to do. Okay, thought I might have overshot that one a little too much, but looks okay for now, but it'll probably be a pain when I go to all my lights are casting shadows that are not fun. Sorry about the Pixar light bulb shining down at you. My kids used to call my swing arms lamps that. When they were trying to watch TV. One more. Did I just do that twice? I did. Brilliant. If you ever feel like you're losing it, well, honey, you are not alone, because I am definitely losing it. Okay. See? Double. Okay, now we don't care on these sides up here if they're overcut, because now comes my favorite thing that you all are groaning at, like, oh, come on, Kelly, really? Bevel this finger in between your pinky and your ring. Oh, jeez. Still have stuff on my finger from my Band-Aid. Okay, so we're gonna just make our initial little cut there. Nice and slow. There's another reason why I like this. It just looks like a nice finish when you put the needlepoint over it. Kind of raises up. Gives a little form without having to pat it underneath. Notice that corner was already bent. Dang it. But it's okay, because we bevel, so it's going to look smushed anyway, sort of. Pre-beveled. Okay. And we're going to go in here. Inch, inch, inch. Let's get that started. And as we pull, do long, smooth, tiny cut, tiny cut. Tiny cut. If you just try to go in and drag it real fast, you're not going to get it. Sometimes you'll see me, I kind of go like that before I make the long cut, or if it feels like it's catching and it's not going to be smooth. Okay. I mean, you can feel when it's starting to ball up. If that's the case, stop. All right. So now I'm going to take my blunt end, kind of work it down. This is very much exactly what I do when I'm doing an ornament that has these angles, acute angles, I think they're called. Of course, this isn't acute because it's 45 degrees. Where is that acute? Oh, my addle brain. I can't remember any of that stuff anymore. Shows you how much I didn't want to remember. Okay, so now let's see how it goes in and see. Generically, I don't know. We're just not going to be able to tell until we go ahead and put it in. Okay, start. Been a little while since I did this, so forgive me. At least 3 months, couple months since I did a picture frame. All right, let's flatten these all out. Okay. Now we can pop these down over. There. Okay. And we know this is square, and we can definitely tell by how it is here that it has shifted from handling it since we blocked it. Not a problem, because this is square. So it's good. So what I want to look at is pull it like this, and this comes all the way around. Yep, I was right. 7/8. Now we gotta look and see if the 3/4. No, that works too. Okay. All right. So I'm just making sure that it's going to be the way I want it to be. So because we have this thin line, I want to make sure that I don't fold. See how you can barely see the line there? See? Because it's kind of turned way under. We're going to pull that up a little to make sure, because if we pull it, I don't want to see the waist canvas that much, but we are going to put a cord on it, so we will cover it up for the most part, okay? But if we try to pull this under, what'll happen is you'll see light blue, and then you're going to see these. See how this, you can see the thicker here, and then this is not very barely visible. It's pretty, it's way more. Let's see if I can get it to autofocus on this. Okay. And so this will be like a full, you'll be able to see a full stitch here, but then it'll disappear here because I pull it around. I don't want that. I don't want it to look like it's going in and out, an optical illusion. The interior has to all look even along the edge. That's why sometimes it's easier, instead of having the one row of color, design-wise, to have two. Because then if one pulls back under a little further, then you have a little more wiggle room, at least with the interior of a cutout window. Okay? All right. So we are going to make sure, because we've had a little shift here, trying to decide. So we're going to kind of turn this, and we're going to make it straight up here. Okay, and we're going to make sure that this is straight, right? Okay. And I want you to know this happens a lot. There are times where it just happens. There's no way to get around it. So don't feel like you did something wrong. I want you to know that this is how it is. So I want to make sure that when I do this, that each end has the same amount. All right, and I'm going to get started. Actually, because I cannot glue from one end to the other with one bead and have it all stick the same way down, I'm going to do that. I don't normally do that, but I just thought, why am I not doing that? It would be so much easier to be able to put down a small section. All right, so make sure that as you're putting it on the foam core, talking about too many different products at once, okay, that it's all going to be the same. Now that I have that established, I'm going to put this so I can feel that I am getting the same amount of turned over here as I continue to go down. Okay. Let's try to pull this back just a skoosh. All right. I'm pushing against it. I can feel it hitting the board. Yep. 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 And this is going to be pulled down a little further there. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Alright, so we're going to do the same thing we just did there. Make sure we have the same amount. There and there. I hope this works out and I don't have to rip this out and as I'm pushing this down, I can feel that there's going to be extra room here. It's kind of popping up, right? But you need some of that give for when you wrap the windows. Okay, you can also glue the window waste canvas in first. I have done it that way before. It depends on how well you cut your window out. I'm just concerned with this one because of this interior, the single stitch line, that I won't have. I'm going to have to kind of play around with it to make sure that it looks even and not bowed one way or the other. Okay. Now, potentially, I may be ungluing all of this and redoing it with the center. Alright, here's hoping. Alright. Now we're going to have that alright. Alright. Cutting that corner stitch. Because we have got to get that. Don't cut into the next one. Just the corner. Right? Right. Okay. That's good. It's just going, we're just going to have kind of an issue with this color on the interior where it kind of goes in and out, but most of the time we can not correct it, but help the optical illusion. Yeah. There you go. Oop, I see a spot that did not get glued on that side. Brilliant. Okay. Pull that back a little. Actually, wow, that's pretty darn good. Okay. Okay. I'm okay with it. Where did I see that hole? Now, I want to remember, once we're done with this, we're going to go around and, so like this corner needs to be cut in further as well as that corner, that corner. So right now I'm just worried about doing this. I'm not going to really worry about these corners hitting there. Don't care. Okay? I am more concerned, and yes, I am gluing right up to this front edge. And because I want to try to catch these little bits. All right? Alright, I'm going to look at it from this side. Even, even, even. And we're going to pull this corner in. There you go. Idaho. Alright. Spider webbing. I know, I'm kind of all over the place when I do things. Little here, little there. I should be nicer to you as I'm a little more consistency, but kind of not how my brain works, so I apologize. Oh, you want me to do it in order? Yeah. Okay. So, take care of all the corners now. Kind of work it and smash it because I really want it to lay flat. Need some more glue here. Okay. All right. Two more things to do. All right. So right up there. I'm pulling these corners. Okay. But I don't really need to pull the center. But I need to pull these angles back further. catch all of those little bits right there. And if I haven't caught them, I come back and I bend them in and hold them down. Okay? Okay. And I am pulling that because I really want that to be in. Okay? All right. Okay. A little piece of fluff from the fiber pulled in a little further. That stitch is not in as far as you think. Okay. Okay, and you see how that was curved? Yeah. So now here's an interesting thing. This edge, for whatever reason, this particular side is a little tight along here. Probably my wonderful ruler skills, because I am so meticulous. And I'm going to have to pull that to make sure it gets around that piece evenly. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so basically, again, if you want that border to really show, it's really not going to, with one stitch, it's just not going to do what you want it to do. Okay. Okay, and see, I need to pull this a little more. And you know what else I'm doing? I am slightly crushing that edge. Okay. So that it goes back a little bit more. Okay. It's okay. Okay, okay. All right. So when we I just happen to have already unwound all of these to make the long cording for the exterior. You don't need to make this much for an interior. I just used the long pieces and hadn't cut it off yet. But I am in a second because it's going to be a pain if I don't. All right. And I don't like to have the little bits on there. Okay. All right, I want to look at something. Okay. So when this goes on, what we do is I want to, so this is bottom. I am going, I always hold, when I do this, because I am sewing this on the edge, I'm going to use my corner. This is the way I do it, because I feel like the corner is, if I tried to do this out here and marry them in the middle, you're going to see more of the seam. It can be a little obvious here as well, but so what I do, and I want to be able to have my needle side, my needle coming up on this side not trying to hold it like this, that just doesn't work. And gluing cording on for a picture frame, I don't advise it. They're going to be pushing this picture down past it. It needs to be tacked. Even if you don't do it as tightly as I do it, it just really needs to be tacked down. So, let me grab this. And not that one. That one. This one was cut too short. All right. And let me see here. So I need needle, my fishing line, sometimes hand sewing is just the only option. I'm sorry, but it's such a thin area to attempt to have glue to. You're just, yeah. It's not that people should be handling it a lot. It's just trying to get a picture into it. And I don't know that you can cinch it down tight enough to the seams so that you don't see little gaps along it. If you can do it and it works out for you, awesome. But I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, this is an easy one. No. If you had a front and a back with a gutter that you had to fill, it lays in there and the glue fills it in. That's, that's one thing. But, yeah, I'll stop. Okay. And I was going to cut this cording down, but we'll just work on. And I am going to try out some, a friend of mine got me some lovely odd little looking finger cots. And they are like memory foam. They're just the funkiest looking feeling things. But we'll see how they do. Okay. I'm just going to cut the tip off. Slide it up there and see if I can protect myself from this ever-loving fishing line, which loves to give me cuts. And so I'm going to start this by taking you see this? Come on, focus, focus, focus. All right, I'm going to put some glue on the back of this because we need to hold it right in place. Ow! In this corner. Okay, see that? And now we are going to sew. I have to bring it up. I'll keep whamming it with my needle. Okay, I am not going to talk again until I get to the corner to explain When I see these little bits, I kind of reheat them and then I lick my finger and I smush it because I don't want it catching on my photograph. And I do the same thing here. I don't want to take the chance it's going to like put a big scratch in my picture. I also have a degree in photography, and so I tend to be a little picky about how they are treated. So I want to try to make sure the best that I can that all of that stuff is smoothed out all along there. So I'm going to start this kind of the way I always start things. I start from this side and come up. I really want to try to stay away from shredding those very small bits of waste canvas. That's going to pull right up in, and it's going to come, that glue bit is right there. Okay. Trying to figure out the best way to hold this so you can see. All right, so you come up, go three colors is so much harder in my opinion. So I am going to keep this right. I'm bringing my needle in on the back side of the stitches. We're going to keep this cording hugging against the back inside of the frame. Okay. Ooh, wow. Kind of dig that on my pinky. So squishy. Okay, I gotta move some things. Alright. Make sure I'm still in the picture frame, video frame. Alright, pull it tight. Okay. Oh, long cording is coming back to haunt me for my laziness of not cutting it off. Get out of here. So what's going to happen once we get this is we're going to push it like this and it'll sit right down against. Okay. All right. Coming right up in that corner, right? All right. I'm actually going back. Okay. Don't want all the stress to be on this stitching. Okay. I need to hit right on the white. Well, it's not white, very pale blue. Okay. Turn it over. Gently pull it down. And come up on the back side into the stitching. Okay. I'm caught on something. Oh dear. Did I muff that up? I did. Okay, try again. Try again, try again. Okay, so there's that. Find the end of my thread. Okay. Come up through the stitch in the front. I know. Thinking, wow, you just made it way more complicated than you need to. Yeah, probably. That would be the way of it for me. So it went in here, came out here. I'm bringing it back in here. I want the interior canvas to be a locking point. Okay, because these corners are so unstable. We don't want to be pulling against something that is a broken stitch from cutting it to be able to get it into the corner. Trust me, lessons learned throughout time where you're ripping through things, and I'm not guaranteeing that it won't happen on this. I just try to minimize it if I can. Okay. Let's pull this down. Oops, sorry. All right, and I'm going to literally bring it back here into foam core again and up on the back side of the canvas like previously. Okay. And as we pull it, there. Okay. Now, because I have disturbed that glue, I'm gonna put the head of it, glue gun, right there. I'm gonna pull that back down. Okay. We just keep going. I'll try to make it look a little less complicated on the next one, if it's at all possible. I don't know that it is. Let's see what it looks like from the front. Okay, that's actually pretty good. We'll fuss with it afterwards if we need to. Here. Come out with the red. There's some series glue I'm pushing through. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. All right. All right, let's see if I can put this right up through the front this time. Too far. I'll keep it by the blue. And we're going to come up to the blue, through the blue, pull it down. This triple color is being a pain. Put it into back of the foam core and come up over here. Okay. Okay. Now, for whatever reason, I'm just compelled to reinforce that a little. Trust me, the fishing line will still move. That is not a way to knot things. It's all looped around. Here we go. Gotta move my glue gun or I'm going to keep hitting it. We will be coming back. Let me look at this. Okay. To redo the glue on this corner. It's so funny. It's totally disappeared on the back side, but you will definitely see it once it's and actually we do it like this for another reason as well. Okay, so I have a little gapping in that corner. So if somebody, all right, there. Just have to pull it tighter and kind of work that cord into making the turn. And I will probably have to go back to that corner. Knot it off. Okay. I have had these where sorry, lost in my own brain, where they were far enough, just far enough off of the back piece that the picture would slide straight in and down, and it wouldn't hold it where it should within the frame. So that's why the cording being a little inside is not necessarily a bad thing. Keeps that picture right in place without all of this necessarily touching it. Right under my nose. All right, it's very important at this point that we have the little flat, okay, because otherwise it's going to be quite obvious. This part will bow up further. Okay, so we're going to do this. And cut it. Okay. Now, typically I do not save these pieces. Okay. Nice and flat. But in this case, I am going to. 90% of the time, you never have another piece that you want to use the exact same colors on. So things like this sit in a bin, go nowhere, do nothing. All right, so I want to look at it from this side, and I want to make sure that this, okay, if I look, I have it perfectly right there. So I'm going to do this. Bring this over. Pull it. Put it right there. Okay. Oof. I have so much glue on this needle. Okay. That requires a change. And wow, it doesn't even want to go into my pin cushion. Okay. And now, last, I am here, so I want to go in there. Oop. Grab the corner. Alright. Wasn't really thinking. Ugh. Here. Okay. That puts that last little thing down there. So we're just going to knot it in the same place I knotted it before. Hold that tight. And pull. Leave a long tail, as I always do, and I'm going to kind of liquefy that area and put it right down on that. Okay. Okay. Just gonna go around. All right. Nothing else, it just picks up the little bits. Okay. Oh, it let go. All right, I gotta put thicker down there. Okay. All right. Perfect. Next is the easel back. Time for a piece of backing for this. Okay. And we are going to measure, and I'm going to make sure that I leave a little bit. So that is like perfectly 7.5. $7.5 by 9 5/8. All right, let's get this cut. Something underneath it, it keeps rolling around. Okay, so one of the things I'm going to look for is to make sure that if this is bowed at all, which it has a tendency to do, that the bow of it goes up, because then the needlepoint piece will be sewn to it and they'll be pushing against each other. If I do it the other way, it's much harder to try to get the gutters together, and it's just kind of a pain. So let's make it easy for us if we can. Start with a straight. Oh, come on, it's gonna come up here too. Oh no. Nope, not that way, that's for sure. Seriously, hope you're fast forwarding. Because this is even boring for me. Alright. All right. So most of the time you're going to find that your corners are not pointy. They're going to have a little roundedness to them. Gosh. Okay. Okay. All right. So, first thing we're going to do, which side was the, wow, I cut it in so far. Bevel. Again, I do this to be able to not have to cover a square edge, and because I can push this edge up to fill the gutter, the gap, whatever you want to call it. My blade a little deeper in there because it cuts better. If you try to do it all tip, it does not do it. Okay. Burnish that edge down. All right, now comes all the fun stuff. With making the sometimes feel I have better control over a pair of scissors doing the rounded corners versus using the blade. Okay. All right. Easel. So, on this easel, so I made myself a template a long time ago. Okay, it is I can show it here on the grid. It's 2 1/4 inches here and here. I took from the center at a 45-degree angle, and I then okay, so here is my, okay, and I have a little, all right, so if I do this, Here's my, well, this one's only 2 1/8, right? And then I found, I put this point here, like that. Okay. And sometimes, so what I did was, I'm trying to remember because I made this so long ago. I just made this one. So I don't want you to think it's really all this math and all that difficult, because it's not. Okay, and I used one of these angles here to get it straight. Ah, that's how I did it. Sometimes it takes me a minute. Okay, so I put this point here. All right, here is the half mark and the half mark and the middle mark. All right, so you can put a mark for your middle. I put a T cross there. All right, and then I drew it up from there. Then I brought it up, made a blunt end across the, just straight edge across the top, using all the lines here. So you can see where everything is, okay? For this particular one, and any others that I do, this does basic small picture frames, so I don't have to reinvent the wheel every time. I used to just take this and extend it up higher. Sometimes I would make this a little bit wider as it went up. But, I mean, this can work for this. But this time, I'd really like it to come at least, I want the bend to be here. And when I say the bend, you'll understand what I mean in a minute. So all I did was I took this, okay, and I measured and said, okay, that looks, 7 inches looks about right. Okay, then like that's gonna be where I want this to go. So then I took a piece of foam core and I'll redraw it out for you. All right, because I actually marked up a lot because I made the top too wide and etc. And this is how I figured it out. This edge is already straight. I'm not gonna get too nuts with it. Okay, so put it like this on the straight edge at the bottom. Okay, and I came up to 2 1/4 inches and I drew down. Okay, now I leave a little bit of the lip here and I come up to 2 1/4. All right, okay, now when I did that measurement, I said I wanted it at 7, right? Put it at 7 and I put a dot. Okay. This is how I got the angle. Here's the point, right? And actually, I was a little off when I did this one. Right? You can see that I have a little line down the middle of this. I'm going to do the same thing. There's the dot. They absolutely match up right there, right? So I put this at the dot, put this at the point, but you have to leave a little because your pencil lead will do what it did here, which was kind of offset it. It should have been over just a skosh more. But it's fine for what we're doing. All right, so there's pencil lead room, and we brought it up. Okay, now we just put our lines. You can see right through there, over the top, like that. Now, what I did was 3/4 inches this way and 3/4 inches this way. Going an inch to each side made it too fat. It looked clumsy. It didn't look right at all. So if you put it on a number line, get it all lined up here, which, okay, it is. I'm looking at that other. Okay, and you come out here 3/4 of an inch. You come here 3/4 of an inch, just like that. Okay. You go like that. And you go like that. Okay, so there's your angle. All right, so this works for this, but how about if you're doing this? Oh, that's not going to work, right? No. So you would put your ruler here, right? And you would say, I think that I would like it to be here. That is 5 inches across and 7 inches high, right? Yeah, so from here to here is 5/7 high. So then we're going to flip it over and use the clean side. We would do just what we did on the other side, and we would go up 2 1/4. 2 1/4 and not an arbitrary number. For smaller, you can do 2 inches here, but you want enough that it's going to hit the table, okay? And give it good balance. Okay, now what do we say? 5/7. I love this ruler for this reason. 7 high, right? And we scooch it over to the 5 line there. Seven high. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across right there. You can see the pencil line underneath it. Put it right there. Okay. And go like, get my pencil lead. Okay. Let's hope this turns out, because I'd hate to do this and have mucked it up. Three quarters. Okay. Let's cut that one out. I want to see how it falls on this. Now, if you wanted to, you could bring this into like 2 inches and it would look more symmetrical, sort of. But let's just see how this looks. I have to say that this line looking like this is making me crazy, because I can see it's not even. But what matters more is this. So here is, so when we make our hinge, we we do this splicey thing, and you'll see it all in a minute. But that's perfect, because it's going to hinge there and it's going to come back, right? So the hinge will be here and it'll come back like this. It's not doing it right because it doesn't have the fold there where I want it, which is there. So there's a test for that too, to make sure, because this is kind of, want to make sure that it is the correct way. So here's the one we have made for this, correct? And if you want help with it, go check out the picture frames at your local craft store. All right. So I want 3/4 inch. I do an inch, that's a lot. Let's do 7/8. Okay, here's the special thing with this. We going to take this. Now we are going to, I have to think about this, because we have to bevel one side of this. So this is not the way we want it. This is the way we want it. Or actually, there. We can do it this way. The reason being is that the side that you do the pencil on, you have the perfect line. This side is the side you need to bevel. Okay? And so you need to do all your beveling and cutting on this side, because this is the correct measurements. And they are all straight. So on this side, what did I say? 7/8, and it will hopefully be close enough. Let's hope this works. All right, beveling. Okay. Now, do not cut all the way through. Do cut just through the top cardboard layer. Okay? Okay. Now, I'm running the blade between the two pieces. Okay? Do not have to get deep down to the bottom piece. Okay? Sometimes it's easier to have it hang off the edge so you don't cut too deeply. Pull that apart. Go back in. Okay. Basically, all I want is the flap, is a flap. Again, this is how I do it. It is not how everybody does it. If you come up with a brilliant idea that makes up more sense to you, fabulous. But this is just how I developed mine over the years. And now I just kind of push all of that down. Try not to do that, or I make it totally bunge up the foam aspect of it. Now we're going to very carefully, without cutting through this bottom piece, bevel this edge here. All right. All right. There we go. All right. Let's get this piece covered with fabric. This is my cover up the mechanics piece that you will see under the frame. Okay, and this is my backing piece. When I first started, moire was still very popular, and there is just something about it that I like. I am going to have to have another piece of this to be able to cover that, which I have not prepped yet, so. And for a reason, because I wanted you to see how it has to be cut. All right. Go ahead and fast forward. think I'm gonna start hanging my nippy scissors around my neck just so I can get them back here. It's ridiculous. I think I want one more here. I'm looking at that. That might be too long. You can tell I really love this part. It's boring. Okay. Okay. Now, go around. Right now, it's in my hand. I'm going to bend the bevel forward. Okay. Now, I want to see something. So we're doing it from this corner. We hold it down like this. Actually, when we put it on, we want to make sure that it doesn't need to be. Hold this here like that. And put our picture up like that. Yep, there's our hinged back. Right there. And it's flat to the table. So we're good. You know, potentially it could be to here so that it was more towards the middle, but I don't know. I think the balance is good here. Well, you know, these are kind of lessons learned. Going to literally cut it off there. Just looks like a lot of overkill. So then I have to match it up under there. And we're going to do 3/4 of an inch because I think the 7/8 was too big for our hinge. All right. Kind of pop it back like that, which I didn't do the first time. Put it right here. Okay. Okay. Goes down there. Going to kind of take these severe points off. Barely touched that one. All right. Let me see. Ooh. Might be able to use that instead. Alright, so this, that's a really big piece. Alright, so it goes like that. And not sure. Yeah, that's too small of a piece. I'm messing with the frame up there. And everything kind of together. I have to remember that when I put this on, it would be like, that's much better. I like that much better. Oh, yes. Yes, yes, yes. Look at that. Okay. Recalculation. All right, let's give me a second. I gotta get some more material. Okay, least favorite part of doing an easel back. it's covering it in fabric. So we know that it's going to go like this, okay, on our back. I kind of have this compulsion where I like the moire to try to go the same direction. I don't always succeed, and I just use it the way it is because, yeah, once you see what this is like, you'll see how nuts it is. Okay, so start. I know that I've got my lines going horizontally, right? And I'm going to fold this up like this. You can kind of see as I push the material down where everything is. Okay, I'm going to look at it, and I know you're going to go, what are you doing? You can't even, what? How am I supposed to do this? I can feel that it's here. I can see that it's here. I'm cutting out approximately a 1/2 inch. Okay, approximately, because I'm kind of cutting blind here. Okay. I really hope I don't muff this up on camera. Wouldn't be a first time or the last. Okay, now I'm going to come down here and I can feel, and actually I put a little shine on the material by doing that little finger rub on it. Okay. Yeah, there's no easy way to do it. There's waste. I used a square piece of material so that I could show you, but you can save some of it. Okay, so now when I look at this, I know it's going to be on like this. I can see that they're all going in this direction. You kind of can't see that because of the camera. All right, so we're going to and did I do it wrong? I did it wrong. Yep, did it wrong. There we go. Oh, good grief. Okay, so it's going like this, so it's the direction of the fabric goes this way. There's a lot of fabric that has direction to it, so it's not as easy as it sounds to make sure that you're doing it the right way. Okay, so the other reason we want this on the front like this is because we're going to be gluing these two pieces together. Yes, I said gluing. I do not sew this around. It is very much a pain in the butt, and yes, I know. Gluing rule goes out the door for me on this one. Okay, because we're going to be folding over. So this one, let's just jump in. Okay. And 1/2 inch seems like a lot. It doesn't have to be 1/2 inch. It's just when I was cutting blindly around it, I wanted to make sure that there was plenty to spare. Okay. I want to get this side down. Something that keeps it from moving. Okay. And if you would like to stitch the edge of this, go for it. I'm not saying you can't. I'm just saying that I don't do it because it does, especially in this fabric, is going to leave little tiny holes, and it's blatantly obvious that you did it. We do not do this end with, or do we? It's been a while. I'm trying, guys. Okay. Keep the darts further in so I can kind of push and wrap the fabric in as far as possible, because I do not want to take any chances with having those darts show, cut material show out here. Okay. I'll just glue up here. Right. That. 1 second, I gotta get the board up here because I am gonna press a little, maybe. I have done it without it, but it does help get these edges down. Okay, if I don't answer, hold please. Okay, sorry about that. I'm going to take this. I'm going to roll. Let's see if I can get a hold on while I try to get a better angle. All right, roll this under. And I'm kind of pushing this against the material. I want to see where I need to. There. One of the things you can do is put a thin pin in if you want. It's gonna make nets. I'm not gonna do it. I'm just gonna put it back down. I'm just gonna keep rolling this under like that. Okay, till I can see. It's pretty close to what I want. All right. Let me take this. Oop, just hit my fishing line. Again, Is there an easier way? Probably. But as my friend said about me, if it was easy, she wouldn't do it. Like, I don't know if I should take that as a compliment or not. Okay. So that part's fine. Need to roll that piece in more. Okay. Hit it again. So I learned how to do this by kind of taking apart somebody else's stuff. And dang if it's bowing out there. I gotta do that some more. Shoot. And so I just continued to kind of follow what the person had done that I was given to copy. Okay. Yes, 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 yes. Perfect. All right. Now, if I do this. Okay. Fold this like that. Just take this and fold that under. You know what's coming. Doll needle. Yeah, I said it. Because I love saying it. Okay. Oh, yeah. Let's pinch it down. Finger press it, as they call it. Alright, I'm going to hold this. Kinda like that. Try to put a little better crease in it there. Okay. Pretty good, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Okay. We're getting there. All right, let's fix these two little bug antennas there. And pull it down. And push it right down. Okay. Okay, and okay, and that's there. And we're going to do our final lap. Push that under. All right. Last press. All right. Using materials that satins or a moire that is, if you touch it with an iron in the wrong way, it is going to, all right, so now we're going to dart because we can't have all that material in there. But now we know where to dart, and we do not go in crazy deep for the dart. And when I mean deep, I'm not going all the way to that edge. Okay? Not happening. Because if I go right into that iron spot, I run the risk. I hope I didn't just mess that up. That's pretty good. Okay. Now, put it. Glue. All right, let's pull this up a little. So I'm not using hot glue. Never said I was using hot glue. I am using fabric glue. All right. Too much darkness. I want to push this edge in a little further. Okay, so get the glue boogers off the end so we aren't putting nasty stuff on there. I'm going to start right here. Something you should know about this glue is it can depending on the fabric, go straight through it and leave a nice ugly dark stain on it. I know that it does not do that on this material because I have interfacing there and it just doesn't do that. All right. Okay. Time to get out some skinny pins because I really want to have that glue be held tightly. You know, it's just easier to pinch it. Just keep coming over it again and again. Oh, I did get it all the way up there. All right. But I have my fusible interfacing on this. I have a nice thick double layer of fabric. Okay. So it is not likely to. I want you to keep an eye out for the jelly donut effect. If you start seeing glue pushing up in your seam out of your out, this time I'm going to work that glue right into that spot where I can see that little bit of dart material. Okay. And I'm just pushing it down. Okay. Pressing, pressing, pressing. You got to keep pressing. All this kind of bumpy stuff that is the waste stuff under there will be towards the underside, so you really won't see it. It's not as in your face. But you definitely will kind of want to just take that glue and push it back in if you see it coming, jelly, squishy jelly coming out of there. Alright. And paper napkin from lunch. Wipe the boogers off and go again. And I'm doing kind of deep circles with this. I don't want just one thin bead line on it because I want to make sure that it has ample coverage. Okay. Okay. Let's take a look here. I am going to put a little flirp so it comes out the top. I grab my doll needle. I'm kind of rolling the glue onto it. I'm going to pull it back and I can see we need some more glue in there. Okay. Now, like I said, if you would like to stitch all of these closed, fabulous. Okay. And I see a bit of glue popping up. I don't want that. I don't want. Now, there's another reason why why I wanted the direction that I had for this is that this seam, let's just put it down like this and then I can just hold it down against it, right? Right. Okay. So like this seam faces the table, so you never see it. Well, you see it, but not like you would if it was on top here. Okay. Now we must address something that I should have addressed before I glued it all the way up. Right? Right, Kelly, brilliant. I'll take this. I'm gonna cut a fabric. Basically, I'm gonna take this. Hold on, I'll get it. this, need one more dart here, I think. When I was coming around, I should have hot glued that down in and bend this over. Whoop. I should, sorry, have hot glued this top flap in, but what I did was is I just folded it over now and a little bead there. So you can pull that down like that, and we can fold. I'm going to cut that. And just, so I cut the tip corner off and I just folded that whole piece under. This top piece is going to be secured in a different manner, so you will not see any of this. Okay, and put a little glue in there. Again, this will be, but just so I don't have to go nuts holding it. All right, totally encased in fabric. There we go. All right, and I'm going to put this down, hold it like that for a second. Holding, holding, holding. Okay, hold on, I gotta grab some pearl cotton. All right, so we have our pieces together. We have, so if you just tried to sew this into the backing would pull, the fabric would pull away. So we don't do that. Okay, so you line it up here. And I'm going to kind of slide this forward so it hangs off. That makes sense. All right, let's make sure we're on here. It'll make sense to you in a second. I want it hanging, I want this line hanging just over the board because we're going to basically use our tack to make some pilot holes. Okay, it's going to go all the way through. This has a little tidy hole there. I'm going to close these and attempt to push it through. Okay, it doesn't want to do it. Fine. That's fine, fine. Okay. I am going to pull this up I'm going to put a small dollop of hot glue right in the middle. I don't want it off to the sides, just so I can try to let go of this and use two hands as I'm doing this. Okay, I'm going to put one here. Okay. There and there. Okay? Okay. Now, I don't want to fight with my dowel needle through those holes. And I also don't want to make those holes so gigantic that they are difficult to fill. Gotta thread a needle, so I gotta put my glasses on. Oh, it's such a tiny hole. The eye was tiny. Okay. So I don't need this gigantic thread. And no, I do not put a knot in the end of it. I start on the back side. Where's my pilot hole? All right. Moray, of course, likes to fray. So I take this. I am using the same color as my background fabric. Blah, 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 as my fabric. If you use a really light fabric, sometimes you will see the mechanics through it if you use too dark of a thread, and I'm sure you will understand. I glue that right down. Now, I'll be having to go back through that hole, so that wasn't very smart of me, but it's been a while. All right, where is my thumb? My thumb. Saver. This thing has been working excellent, by the way. I just have to say. So what I do is I start with the crisscross. Okay. So if you sew something through both sides, you have the support that you need. If you only sew it into the material backing, it's going to pull away and it's going to fail. The easel part will fail over time. Okay? Okay. And then I go to now you could do just the bow tie on the back. But I do the full outline all the way around. I figure the more there is support there is, the better off. Okay. Then I'm over here, so I come up. There. Wow. All the color shifts tonight. Okay. Like so. And ta-da. Look at that. Okay. Now I bring this back into the center here. And I fill every hole. All right. Okay. We want to try to have it lay down as smoothly as possible so that there isn't a big bump behind the picture. All right. Glue. Let's get you to lay down. Okay, sorry, it's kind of bright because darkness below to the floor does that. Okay. Yeah. There's going to be a little play there. There really isn't a way to fix it unless you attach it with some form of hardware hinge, which you could do that too if you wanted to. All right. So the next step is, that's right, putting fabric on. Okay. So I'm gonna cut this using the line in the moire to go by. Okay. And one side. I don't want somebody to go to put a picture in and pull it forward a little or lift it at all and see white board. Again, it's, you know, covering your mechanics to the best of your abilities. And trust me, it's not always easy, and it doesn't always happen for as much as you try. Yet another demonstration of how much I don't kind of wing it. All right. Just knock my glue gun over. I'm just going to run You know what? All right, let's redo this. Not happy with that. So I'll put that to the bottom. What I am going to do, get my iron on again. I'll wait for that to heat up because automatic shut off. Gotta love it. Okay. Actually, I am going to, this is where it takes a minute to remember certain things that you usually do after you haven't done it in a while. We're going to fold over the top. Right? This might make me a little short at the very bottom. Because I cut it pretty close. But it's okay. They will not, the picture won't sink that low. Okay. Pick off this last little bit here. Okay. All right. Yeah, not too bad. Just a little white line at the bottom. I think it's more important that this is right. Top. Right. And so I'm doing this because when somebody slides the picture in at the top, you don't want the piece to keep fraying. The piece of lining, we'll call it, to continue to fray. I have done it where I ran a bead of hot glue and like smoothed it, but then I came up with this, and obviously it's much more finished and professional looking than, but you know, you don't want somebody to be jamming a picture against this either as they're trying to put it in. So it's twofold for problems. So if you try to make it look smooth at the top, it doesn't always do what you want. So just run a bead to tack it down. Okay. Ooh, that was pretty close. Yeah. And actually, another trick. Hold on. Let's hope it works. All that hot glue that was already on it has now been reconstituted and is right down to it, which I actually need to do right here as well. If you ever need to get something unglued, Sometimes taking your steam iron and just steaming over the top of it can assist you in being able to just peel it right off. And that goes for this too, not just the other. All right. I'm always worried that when I tip it over, I am going to see that I just made the top of this side the wrong side. Been there one too many times. Okay. Last part. Cording. Cording. Very exciting stuff. No. All right. So, before we get started, I'm going to take this beveled edge and I'm going to pull it just like I did with this, right? And again, it's to make them meet more easily. So when you put the cording on, less effort to hide your mechanics. And recently I had someone say to me, okay, wait a minute. You've been doing finishing for 18 years and you've been painting canvases, having a line at least 20 years. And you were a florist. How the heck? And it's like, well, you work the florist when it's great to be a part-timer and it's great to be a full-timer, and you go home and you work when the kids are in bed, and it's an advantage to be able to have that kind of swing job. Okay, so now, what are we doing next? Again, just so I don't have to fight this as I'm going around, tack it down. Leave a hole for the cording. Now, you don't want to use glue like this to even do that. All you have to do is pin it down. But for me, I try to make it as easy as possible for when I'm going around this thing. One of the key things you will want to do, because you can't press down on this and have it be flat, is flip it over and press it down. And what that does, just like if you were doing a coaster or anything where the two sides, even your cookie ornaments, any of that kind of thing, is it makes the opposite side the flat side. Because that's being pressed flat, and all of the other areas are the parts that are going to have any kind of bow to them or whatever you want to call it. But it's really important for certain kinds of things. All right. Let's see if there's any giving way here. I can see that this corner could have went under a little more, so I'm going to kind of manipulate it with the old dowel needle. Pull it under a little bit. Cover that right up with the cording. And our hole is here. Okay. Push that. Push these together. All right. So we can already test it out, right? Look at that. Perfect. Little schniblets in there. Yes, my made up words yet again. So, remember what I was talking about earlier with the whole having it, being able to kind of push this cording so as it slides in, it holds your picture in place. Kind of a good thing. In case the gap is a little wide, that it's not hitting something, it just won't fall all the way down here. If it's only a 5x7, whatever this very, what is this, 4x6? I don't think it's necessarily a standard 5.5 by 3.5. Yeah, that is one. I always got 4x6 because 6s. So, all right. Now, who is ready to fast forward? Just a second. I'm gonna try to get this glue off. My needle. Okay. That's sort of good enough. I'll live. It's just going to get more on it, right? Right. All right. I am going to put a couple pins here. So I remember where my hole is. I'm going to do a very loose, just big stitches along the edge to put this together. I'm not going to do a ton, and I'm going to grab ish, still got detritus on it. I'm going to grab here because I want not quite sure how to do this and have it be seen. I want to grab the material down here, not up here, so it doesn't create a big pull mark. Okay. And you can pull together the pull mark or the push down your foam to massage away those little dents from the big stitch you're putting in. So there aren't, you know, like weird pull marks on it where your needle went in and out and in and out. Okay? You won't even see it once you get done with this. Okay? I'm not going to talk anymore. I'm doing these 3 sides and then I start on the cording. So go ahead and fast forward. Oof. We take our knot, pull it back through, and then cut it off. Okay. Okay. Well, luckily, recording will take care of that. Rather bulbous area. Okay. All right, so the cording is just like any other cording. The tricolor is a little more difficult when it comes to matching up at the end, but we will do our best to make it as seamless as possible. Okay. Now, all right, if you want to fast forward, once I get to the top, that's cool. Basically, what we're doing is we cannot stitch our cording to this back side. You're stitching it to this side only, the needlepoint side only, so they can slide the picture in. All right. And this all so long, it's all tangled. There we go. Okay. Not sure why it likes auto-focusing on the floor. Come on. Okay, try again. Like it better there? Okay. All right, and now the same thing that we were just doing with this cording is we're just doing it to this edge. And you can fast forward until I get all the way around. Oh, I'm gonna run out before I get all the way across. All right, let's assess. I really like it to end on a red. Means I have to kind of tighten this down some. Or loosen it up. If I tighten it too much, it won't look right. So we'll give it a shot with that one. I'm going to tie it off. With this white. Well, somebody's entertaining themselves outside my studio this fine night. Boom, boom went the car. Okay. Now, I want to make sure. I don't know. I think it should be flattened. You can tell that it's night because the natural light in the studio is gone and shifting like crazy. Okay. Nice and flat. Okay. Trim it down in case you have to spin it in there. All right, hold on. Oh, okay. Reposition myself here. I'm going to pull this one up a skosh. I'm going to tuck this one in. Oh, I might be able to do it. Push that one down. Okay. Pull this back a little. Oh, I gotta push that blue down there behind. It is not always easy. Alright, so maybe I need to, whoop, wrong way. Tighten it just a tad. Now we drop that in and we push that. We push this blue down, working it under the one in on top. Okay. I think that's got it. I think we got it. Got it, got it. You want your cords to not dive straight down in. You want them to kind of lay, oops, sorry, right underneath the other one. Because otherwise, you're going to get this huge gap because it becomes too bulbous. And you get this big bump right here, and it just looks atrocious. Doesn't have to be that way. You just got to kind of skim them in. Oop, oop, oop. And trust me, I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying that I get it right every single time. But if you plan ahead before you get up to that point, you have a better shot of making it happen. Right? Okay. Like that. Okay. I'm going to slide right between the reds. Okay. Now that pulls the back to the front. And we grab hold of the front. I need more light here. Sorry, I know it's adjusting it badly, but I can't see. Okay, and that pulls it in. Right. And we are going to slide this under the blue to the back. Okay. Look, see how that's just cinched it right down. We're going to put it into this piece of material here. I'm going to basically do the same thing on this side. We're going to take it under there's a blue right there, right? Slide it between the blue and the white. Okay. Oh, it's not white, it's light blue. All right, see how that pulls it tight there too? Tight, 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 tight. This will kind of pull and manipulate there too. All right. We're going to put this in back here. We're going to come down a little further to do our knot. So you got to pull this forward just a bit to see where you ended up. And going through and manipulating with your doll needle or your regular needle so that Everything goes back to the way you had it prior. It's a very smart move. We're going to skim right along the back side of the material, down a little further. Get away from this area. Okay. And we're going to put our knot in on the back side of the canvas. And make sure you grab some canvas like that. And it's looped there. And I'm going to do it again. And once we're done with it, we are going to push that cording back into the gutter to hide our sins. And we just, again, bring our thread after our knot long. Whoop, whoop. I've gotten things caught on corners so many times and knotted it and not realized it and not happy when I figure it out and all of a sudden I see this loop. It's like, no. Okay. I think that's pretty good. It's pretty tight. See that blue one to peek out there, so let's just kind of pull. All right. All right. Right, hold on. We have one final thing to do on our frame. We are going to make a ribbon to attach to the back of these so that the easel doesn't eventually just fall if somebody touches it because it's too loose. So we're just going to take our glue, put a little dab there, and we're going to roll it once. Okay, right? And then we do it again because we don't want a raw edge even remotely able to let go. Okay, like that. Now, on this end, cut a little off. You know how much I love exact measurements. Actually, I'm pretty close. By the time I turn this under twice, and I'm going to turn it under the same way, okay? In the same direction so that the tabs are both under. And then again, and under. Okay? All right. Then is my very precise calculations. Going to put it here. Then the other side there, and then keep holding it and close it. Usually I try to make it so that little bungee thing doesn't happen and it lays flat. But I didn't this time. It doesn't dry as quickly as hot glue, but it definitely dries fast. So in a pinch, I have used it for many, many other things. Oh, something's peeking out there. Okay, so I need to do a touch-up. These are the things that a little review always helps to see. There. Okay. Just like that. There. And now, take off this board and we'll kind of do a push around 360 view, see if we see any glaring issues besides all of the funk on it. Okay, these little bits off here, and bring it down, and right. Okay. And I'm going to pull it this way. So we're not going against the easel. And pulling against that before it's ready to, before it's dry. And there, see? Okay. Safety stopper, whatever you want to call it. And that is a picture frame with an easel back. If you have just a regular piece, and obviously you aren't going to do the cording, you just do the rest and make sure to stitch the top to the back for just like an easel back sign. It just, the basic part of this is applicable to any different design. So I hope this helps you out and aren't too put off by doing the easel. It's really not that hard. I know you can do it. All right, keep stitching. Good luck.